Hello, everyone. How we all doing tonight? It is, of course, Lawyer's Night. A Lawyer's Night that almost didn't happen. Because, because I don't know, honestly. Something was messing up with the Switch 2 or the way I was capturing it, or both. And like it just like you know how on the Switch it has like a little bit of an intro screen kind of, like where it's like, oh, here's news, and then like press this many buttons to get back into your game that you were playing. Yeah, it was like it was like huge. Like it wasn't even it was only showing part of it because it was so huge, and the image was really fuzzy, and I could get no audio. And do you know what I did to fix it? I unplugged the HDMI cables from the from the capture card and plugged them back in, and it was fine. Oh, speaking of Nintendo stuff, did not know there was no cart option on the eShop. What do you mean? What do you mean there was a no cart option on the eShop? But yeah, it just goes to show that sometimes unplugging it and plugging it back in works. That's like 80% of the issues. Like sometimes, sometimes you'll be like, "What's going on?" And like you won't do the simple thing of like, it can't be the power, right? Or the cables, right? You unplug it and you plug it back in. You're like, it was the cables. Neat. Like, if buy games, they have to be multiple individual purchase, no cart, unlike other digital storefronts. I'm a little confused as to what you mean, but it's fine. Let's continue our lawyers, shall we? I don't exactly remember where we were last time. Apparently we were here! Great screen to come back to. Oh, yes. They had just come in to see the dead body and the notice board. It was a notice board, and it was... Yeah, I think I sort of remember now. What's the whole thing? I didn't know anything about that notice board, so I have my hand, that's all. Don't look at me, I haven't got a clue about it. In business with the second years at the time. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, just dying at the crossroads of life. I hate that so much. The Reaper, I bet. The face that screams bored. Anyways, you know how you buy, when you buy stuff on Steam, Amazon, you can add to cart. eShop has nothing. Oh! That sucks. What the fuck? Why isn't there a cart option? What the fuck? When you said cart, I immediately thought cartridge. Which is why I was confused. Okay, let's start pressing, I guess.
Hold it!
So you admit there was a board you wiped your bloody hand on?
Admit it? Well, it's to admit. It was the plainest day for all to see. For all to see. I smashed some print on my right hand.
I have no idea how it took me this long to learn this, by the way. I bought minigames. Same. I didn't know that either. A good portion of my Nintendo Switch / Nintendo Switch 2 library is digital, so yeah, I don't know how I forgot. I didn't catch that either. Perhaps you wanted to hide that handprint. So you righted the notice board and pushed it in the corner, did you?
No. Imagine the way of that great jump. Do I look like powerful and well-nurtured man?
I don't know, maybe your lip could do it. Well, did you see anybody else moving the board?
I've got nerves of steel, I can tell you, but even I have my limits. There was a body on the floor in front of me, the Grim Reaper himself standing over it. And there was a precious little writing side either. My bottom lip was all a quiver.
Oh god. I don't want the image of British accent for 2 minutes, of course. I mean, you're just gonna get the same things. Hold on. Alright. A little redundant. Wait, yeah, why did I do this? I'ma do it anyway. Like, I'll set a timer. British voices. Starting now.
His precious little light inside either. My bottom lip was all a quiver.
As I was saying, I don't want to imagine his bottom lip quivering. Not a big fan of that image. Overcorrects to Russian whole stream or something. In other words, the witness is unable to give definite testimony on that point.
Yes. So it would seem.
Well, don't look at me, I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time. Oops. Let's see. Press. That's the button. When you say we're doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks? Yeah, what else? What else? There's a primary school just around the corner, you see. Those cheeky little so-and-sos have got a plan to blow their school to kingdom come. Should you be divulging that information? I'm not sure you should. It's not exactly a great thing. So I've been telling on them, letting their teachers know where they're at. Oh my lord. That's like the dirty cop telling on himself. It's like the dirty cop telling on himself. What the hell? Boss, I'm the dirty cop. I've been the one. All right. Oh, you have? Yeah, I wouldn't want anyone to get hurt, so I let the school I let the school know the kids are playing with dodgy toys. Then, praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off them. So you essentially scam them. So essentially you're scamming these kids. And then praise the Lord again, the kids all come back to buy more. Everyone's happy, see? Yeah, a ton of your students bought fireworks for me and they're planning to use them in the school. This is the scammiest fucking business I've ever seen. I love it. It's hilarious. What a racket. Of course, and sometimes the teachers give me a little bonus for letting them know. Oh my god. Busy old life selling explosives. And yeah, no, it's more along the lines of like she goes over to the teacher. She's like, "Oh, I've been seeing your students. I was selling my products on the street. And I heard your students saying something about wanting to use some fireworks they bought from somebody on the school to blow it up. You should probably do something about that."
Venus is a guileful goddess indeed.
She does. She like, look. Look. Is it ethical? No, it's not ethical at all. But is it a good fucking hustle? Yeah. No, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing, really. I'm ever so good at it. Uh-oh. What do you have, Mr. I forgot what his name was. Whatever. Pursue. Excuse me, sir? Excuse me? Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich?
If I said it was, could we just leave it at that? Would that be the end of it?
No. This is a court of law. I kind of need to know something's wrong. I am a lawyer, after all. Imagine if secretly some of the teachers also buy stuff out. They probably do. Fireworks are neat. Why do you think we use them to celebrate every year? Celebrate the year that America was formed every year with fireworks.
Philosophical thoughts, deep philosophical thoughts. Let's say there was a great liar, and that great liar said without batting an eye, telling barefaced lies is kinda my thing. I'm ever so good at it. Would those words of her be a lie too, or the truth? In which case, she's not a liar.
This is fucking... What is this paradox? What the... Fucking Pinocchio-ass paradox. Pinocchio said, I am telling a lie. You know? it's a head. Oh, well, he even mentions it's a paradox.
A hellish paradox, that one, don't you think?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying, are you? He looks in the direction of Venus. What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that. Keep on like that. And I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set 'em off. That'll give you something to tremble about.
Well, you have a startling, disturbing mind behind that sweet and innocent face, young lady.
God damn. I mean, Judge Wright. So Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich?
Well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Ma'am, you're openly threatening another witness in court currently. Happens all the time in Ace Attorney, Pada. Welcome to the series. Damn, I missed my shoulders. Can you elaborate, please, sir?
Oh, blabbermouth, damn! It's like, fuck these kids. Old Blabbermouth here headed for the room where the gunshots seemed to come from. But there was someone else who crept upstairs behind him, too. That's right, the rotten liar over there.
Why is she giggling about it? But you lied in court, buddy.
Do you mean to say you did in fact betake yourself to the scene of the crime after all?
I do still, it is still weird that she can light those on her ass. How rough and hard is her ass? What did I tell you, eh? I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I? Yes, you mentioned it. Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it? Who knew firecrackers packed such a punch?
So you did indeed visit the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief.
Well, now you come to mention it, I suppose perhaps. I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yeah? Very conveniently, yes. Either you clearly remember it or you don't.
Well, I shall consider a fitting punishment for the perjurous actor later. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth.
Oh yes, my lord, of course. Oh my god, I was that deep into it already? Holy shit. Maybe I did sneak along behind the gossip and have a little peek into the room where it the room where it happened, the room where it happened, the room where it happened. Sorry. Musical theater brain. Yeah, the room where it musical theater brain. Thomas claims. Meanwhile. I like when our brain cells sync. You make a habit of flying, do you, Miss Venus? Well, I suppose so. Don't really know, to be fair. Ma'am? Ma'am? Ma'am, what do you mean? So you're a liar, are you? Maybe. I don't know. Fuck you mean I don't know? If you want my advice, though, I take everything I say with a big pinch of salt. So you... Oh my god. Alright, but you did in fact go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you? Oh, please, as if I would. I can't think of anything more terrifying. But you just said you... I can't with this woman. What the fuck? The truth, please. Well, alright, just a bit then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff. Someone should make a game along the lines of Ace Attorney, but they actually call out the absurd people and hold them to contempt. It's just a Law and Order game. Has there been any Law and Order? I know there has been like a couple of CSI games, but have there been Law and Order games? If not, I'm kind of surprised. Is it curious about stuff you know? Did you touch anything at the scene? Oh, please, as if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor. The truth, please. Well, all right, just a bit. Oh, God. I had a look, see if there was anything I could sell. Ma'am. Ma'am. Oh, there's a dead body on the floor. It looks like a crime scene. Let's see if there's anything I can pilfer and sell. What is wrong with you? Ma'am! What the fuck? Ma'am! What the fuck, ma'am? So I did the place at once over, but it was nothing to write home about. Yeah, it was a crime scene! Right, now, I hesitate to ask, but... You didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you? Did you? Oh, as if I would touch anything like that. There's a few bits of loose change is all I had. The truth, please. Well, alright then. I thought there might be something worth having underneath it. So I blasted the flippin' thing. Sorry, it flipped the blasted thing. I blasted the flip. So I started blasting. I looked it up. There have been some Law and Order games. Most recent I saw was from 2011 for iOS. Damn. So I went in and started blasting. Sorry, I went in and started flipping. So I blasted the flipping thing. Sorry, I flipped the blasted thing. You're telling us that you did move that board? I think that did slip out. I think that did slip out, didn't it? What? You daft bomb pot? Oh look, Gabe's playing some Gamakube. Give me a second. I need to know what the fuck a barm pot is. Meaning UK, that's the one. Foolish, eccentric, or silly person. Got it. An idiot. Okay. Basically just... You fucking idiot. You daft bomb pot.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The girl doesn't think.
So, did you find anything then? Something that you might have taken, perhaps? To sell? Oh, please, I should be so lucky. The truth now! I might have found this old pocket watch under the notice board, I suppose. No, we don't have a sword, remember? We gave our sword back to Kazuma because it was his sword. Also, you actively tampered with a crime scene, madam. I think that's more than contempt. I feel like that's a larger sentence. Put up a junk like this isn't what my... Ah! So it was you, was it? You're the one what took it? Gina?
Young lady, may I remind you where you are?
That watch there. It's a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard, for a big case he solved 10 years ago. The Professor case, no doubt. The boss used to wind it up and every evening without fail, when he was waiting for the scrub to come at the pub. I see. I swiped it off him once and blimey was he upset. Gave me a right earful. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing it and winding it. Meant the world to him, that watch did. Possibly not the best thing to go diving for then. Hey, this was probably at least a little ways into her term as inspector, okay? It's not all that though. Why did Gregson need to go to the pub for his food? He had infinite fish. Where do you think he got the infinite fish from? Maybe he doesn't always want infinite fish. Sorry, I'm a little silly today. I don't know why. I took it to the business that night to ask how much it was worth. The old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it. Said it wasn't working. Knocked about and worthless, he called it. Ah, I knew I shouldn't. I should have lifted it. That watch must be submitted as evidence at once. Oh, please. Just so long as you promise to give it back when we're done. Wasn't even yours. Not a chance. Swipe it from you if you try to get your grubby mitts on it again.
That's enough. And the watch to the bailiff forthwith.
Back? You do not own it! Now, children, watch your manners. God.
Good Lord. The glass appears to be broken.
More than likely it shattered when the inspector was shot. Doesn't tick anymore either. Which is why Jobez didn't want it. What a waste, eh?
Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped.
Oh, time and death? Appears to have stopped at the hour of 5. Go to the court record really quick. That's the report. Yeah, it doesn't have a time of death. Yeah, okay. So it doesn't have a time of death. So now we know the time of death. It was 5. If that watch stopped at the moment Inspector Gregson was shot, or at the very least, the moment he fell over, that means he died at 5 or around 5, or was shot around 5. So now we know. I don't know what that means at the moment, but at the very least, we know his time of death now. Exactly when the gunshot was heard then. Well, that was when the gunshot was heard, so that would make sense. Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course. Oh, great. Yay. Okay. Give me a second. I am just going to go ahead and check that watch, because of course I need to examine this. The glass over the face is really badly cracked. Look. What a shame when the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully. I imagine Mr. Sholmes could repair it, don't you? Yes, I should think so. Very adept at things like this. Useful man to have around, in fact. But kindly remember that he's a great detective, Mr. Naruhodo, not an odd job man. What is this? Oh, there's a tiny little keyhole here. Can you see? Can you see? Oh, yes, it's probably for the winder used to wind up the mechanism. Looks a little unusual, don't you think? Yeah, yes, you need the right key to wind it, I imagine. Why do I feel as though I've seen something? Something a bit like a key that's about the right size to fit into this hole. It'd be wonderful if we had the key. Let's check carefully over what we already found. Yeah, something's definitely gonna be in it. Knew it. The helmet of this charming policeman seems to be a little worse for wear. I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. The head part looks it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Or was there somebody who enjoyed twisting it around for fun? Can we try twisting it around too? For fun? Ah! What's that? Ah, what's that? It appears to be some sort of key. That's neat. It's tiny though. Couldn't be a key for a door, not of that size. So what is it for, I wonder? Key-like shaft. Mr. Sato, do you think perhaps this key could be the key for Inspector Gregson's watch. Oh, yes, it could be. Let's try it at once. There's not a moment to lose. I knew it. A perfect fit. And look, the inspector's watch has started going again. Ah, so it's obviously just not been wound up, that's all. What is it, Mr. Sato? Well, what if the watch isn't actually broken after all? I have a feeling it could have profound implications. What do you mean? Wait. Oh, if it's not if it's... Wait a minute. If it's not broken, then it can't be the sword. Then the time of death and the gunshot. I see. Okay. Perhaps I better start thinking deeply too. Alright. That is a great little thing, huh? Alright.
It would appear the mystery of the moving notice board has been solved at least.
And as predicted, it had very little bearing on the case. Ugh.
Now then, continue the cross-examination, please, counsel.
Oh, oops. Oh. Wait, so what is the logic? Did Gregson stop it manually or something? Or it just, no, like they said, it just hadn't been wound. It just hadn't been wound, so he had had forgotten to wound it at 5 o'clock, to wind it at 5 o'clock, so it stopped. Or before 5. Or it stopped before 5. So it could stop. So with winding a watch, you kind of have to keep doing it. So, and it wears out at some point. As you could see. So, some point before 5, he stopped winding it. Some point before 5, he had forgotten to wind it, or couldn't wind it, because he was shot, because he was killed before 5 o'clock, which means his time of death isn't 5 o'clock. Huh. That's my thinking anyway. I could be profoundly wrong. But you know, I just think I can, you know, there's something to it, you know. But you did go to see what happened in the room, didn't you?
Fresno Street is my whole world. It's all I know, and I know all of it. I have to make my business to know if I want to hold my side up high.
So you did go to see what happened?
It's not the destination that's important. It's how you get there, isn't it?
In the wider scope of things, yes. But in the case of, you know, being at the scene of the crime, it does matter what the destination was. So were you there or not? Did you notice the notice board in the room?
You think about it, we're both the same species, aren't we? Both different members of the side.
Sir? You yourself are not a sign hot. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, before I forget to mention it, since I like to keep you guys updated on things I buy, the games I buy, I should say, I splurged a little on the Steam sale. Bought 5 games, 2 of which I will be playing on stream at some point. One is Deltarune. That's gonna happen after I finish this game and then play Undertale on stream. We're gonna go on to Deltarune, and then Resident Evil 2, the remake, which I don't know when that's gonna be played, but it will be. It'll be played at some point. And then I also bought 9 Years of Shadow, which is a Metroidvania. Played a little bit of that. Bug Fables, which is an RPG in the style of Paper Mario, which I've played like a tiny chunk of. And Scarlet Hollow, which is a visual novel / like point and click ish adventure game that is made by the same people who made Slay the Princess, which loved that game, and so far this game is, I haven't played too much of it, but it's already, the writing is fucking immaculate. Like, there is a pug named Gretchen, and she is a beautiful creature, and I love her. Played a little Bug Fables myself, yeah. So I've heard Bug Fables is very good, and especially if you liked the Paper Mario series, which I do. I do like the Paper Mario series. So if you liked those, then you'll definitely like Bug Fables, is what I've heard. So I picked it up. I finally picked it up.
So if I'd spotted it, I might have tried to trip it up out of a sense of rivalry.
Sir? What? Someone really needs to tell you that you're Homo sapiens, not Homo siniens. Does that mean that you didn't notice the board? You didn't notice the notice board, haha.
I can only repeat what I said before. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign at the crossroads of life.
In which case, Chester was responsible for moving the notice board. We know that, actually.
Got a face that screams bored. God, these characters. I hate that so much. I hate how bouncy it is. It's not natural.
Hold it!
What exactly do you mean by that?
Oh, come on now, don't tell us you've not noticed. Looks like he hates everything in the world, that fella. But not notice boards, they're the one thing he likes. See,
You could see in his eyes. Huh? I can't say I've ever noticed.
I'll tell you one thing for free, though. I never took my eyes off that man, that man on the floor or Frupa, not for a second. Even when I ran out of the room.
Sorry. Sorry?
Well, I was scared that I could, so scared that I couldn't. You never know what a thing like that might do to you anyway, do you?
I should change my voice for that guy.
And instead of doing a kind of growly, I could do this, you know? That would be weird. That would be better. You would just look weird on camera.
You didn't take your eyes off the defendant. You should be able to confirm categorically whether or not he was only moved the notice board.
Aye, that I can. The Reaper did nothing of the sort, I can swear to that. I couldn't have missed it. But if he heaved the thing upright and then dragged it to the corner.
This is weird.
This is weird to do. Not the best voice I can do, really. But it's weird.
Right, glad we cleared that up. What happened to the face screen board?
Well, that time it didn't scream bored. It screamed I didn't want to move the ball.
I've also played the demo of Rhythm Heaven, because they released a demo. Already liking it. I feel your pain, Kazuma. Kazuma's never actually been in a courtroom before, besides, like, being a prosecutor's assistant, so he doesn't know the bullshit that happens in here. No, he's been in one twice, but he hasn't been in a British court before. He's like, I didn't think that these people would be this fucking stupid.
Hold it!
It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon that you all heard the loud bang, wasn't it?
Maybe the notice board fell over, or maybe it didn't. Maybe it didn't. Maybe I fell over, or maybe I didn't.
Didn't they also add Rhythm Heaven as a favorite game for the Nintendo app? Yes, that does absolutely nothing. It prioritizes articles for you, articles for you on the Nintendo app. But that's it. Like, I was already, and even before that, I was already getting articles for Rhythm Heaven anyway.
But the Reaper's fate is sealed either way because of the gunshot we all heard. So your fate's sealed too.
So are you threatening me? I mean, I have Zelda set and Seymour Splatoon and Kirby, lol. Yeah, I don't know what it does then. My fate? That's right. Defense is fated to lose. Prosecution to win. In other words, it all hinges on that single gunshot. We could find some problem with that part of the story. Maybe possible to change all our fates.
Of course, none of that changes the fact I heard what I heard, does it?
Not much to go on. As you pointed out, Mr. Naruhodo, there's no question that the notice board was moved. and somebody must have done it. We know who moved the notice board! Seems to have been deliberately positioned to Yes, I know what you mean. I have no doubt there are more clues to be uncovered. You're on the right track, I can feel it. So follow your instincts. Follow your dreams. Maybe I present... Probably not. But maybe I present Gregson's pocket watch?
Objection!
Yeah, baby, let's go! I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. Oh. At the scene, we found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. A key? And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that it in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines most of the fundamental premises on which this entire case has been built. What?
Order, order, order. But counsel, the watch was stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock.
Yes, which is just when we had that gunshot.
It is exactly the hour. Exactly the hour.
God damn it, dude.
Like, ha.
Also, look at me noticing things and doing something about them in this game. Fuck yeah. Merely a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock.
Objection!
Even if that's true, the 3 witnesses here all heard the gunshot at 5 o'clock. So that's obviously when the crime was committed.
Objection!
No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall what when Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago. The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years, polishing and winding it. Meant the world to him that watched it. The victim was in the habit of winding the watch once a day in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well.
Yes, that would be entirely reasonable.
But if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day. Oh, aye. How do you explain it then? In summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. You can't mean... What would stop a man winding his watch? What would stop a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single day for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead. Oh man, he is stretching his back something fierce. Holy crap.
Order! Order! Council, this is a most extraordinary claim.
Objection.
Extraordinary isn't the word. It's absurd. You claim he was already dead the night before. Do you really think Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that? Well, someone shot a dead man. That happens all the time in crime shows. They cover up the crime by shooting him. Like, they cover up the crime by shooting them, so that way they can't get the, so that way it skews, like, did he die of a gunshot or did he die of the 37 stab wounds from beforehand, you know? On that subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. Oh! Oh my god. So that wasn't like a glitch or a thing so that's actually a thing.
Potter perish.
Time of death is not noted. That's right.
Wait a minute, you're forgetting my leg went from under me when I kicked the door in.
What do you mean?
Like I said, I planted my hand in a dirty great pile of blood.
Yes, so the victim's blood hadn't dried. He was fresh.
He catches on fast, doesn't he?
Objection.
But the blood could be explained in any number of ways. It could have been put there afterward. The blood could have been planted. Some fresh blood could have been poured over. Does my learned friend, buddy, I'm actually gonna call him Neepanese. Also, I you know what, I have to agree with Cosmo though. That is such a ridiculous fucking claim. He's just like, he's like, maybe some fresh blood was poured in the room, and I was like, no, that's too stupid. Does my learned friend think that fresh blood is available on every street corner? Well, it needn't necessarily have been human blood, of course. Are we? Are we entertaining this idea? Yeah, the fresh blood store at the corner. Are we entertaining the idea that someone planted the blood afterwards? Look, that is too stupid. That is too dumb. We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human.
The problem is currently being researched. At present, you are correct. It's beyond our abilities.
So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example. Again, this is stupid. I don't think why would anyone think to do this? No, I don't think that's a possibility, Susato. Certainly a possibility that it wasn't the inspector's blood at all. It's so stupid.
Objection.
Yeah, thank you. But the gunshot, okay, that's not what I was thinking. I was thinking more he was gonna be like, it's really fucking stupid. Are you guys really entertaining this stupid idea? But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question. Is it though? What? Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, it isn't beyond the realms of possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all. Oh, please, what are you trying to say?
I was looking over here. It was as loud as the bang that came from that there room.
Why does he have a whip? What the fuck?
Now you listen to me.
Okay, no, like I understand like the dead people don't bleed that much, so planting the blood, a person planting blood is a stupid concept in any way, shape, or form. That's for me. That's too stupid.
Street sellers are his livelihood.
I don't doubt your ears, sir, but you could all state with, but all you can state with certainty is you heard a noise.
Explain yourself then, counsel.
Objection.
Hello, Snake. How are you doing? Shirt flex. Ah, yes. The shirt flex. It is a dress this time. Another dress. It is a bluer dress. Navy-ish dress. Well, I almost ended up through a windscreen. What the hell are you? Well, then you're gonna have to regale us with the story. Then what the fuck? Are you okay? The dress has strings on it, I guess. Jesus Christ. Okay, bye. No! You have to regale us with the story, Snake. The team may need to be renamed to Top Flex. Oh wait, that doesn't make sense either. Are you implying that I'm a bottom, sir? Because I am. But that's not. God damn it. My sister went 30 miles per hour, so it's not that bad. I don't usually wear a seat. Snack. This is why you should wear seatbelts. Because it's usually stiff and I can't use it normally. Well, she slammed on the brakes. I flew across the van and slammed into the front seats. Luckily, they're tall, so I could go no further, but I caught myself in both arms aching. Buddy, that is why you wear your seatbelt. To make it worse, my nephew nearly got into a bike accident a few days ago, fell off his bike. So he's pretty injured. He was on the floor of the van, and I went flying, accidentally kicked him in the ribs with my steelbook toe boots. Steel toe boots on. Ironically, the seatbelt worked after that, so I put it on. Buddy. accidentally performed this Mortal Kombat fatality.
Fatality.
My cousin is now dead. All right, thank you for the story, Snack. Now, are you still committed to leaving during these? Also, my mother instantly loved Kirby. Of course. Are you still committed to leaving after on days? Yes, I plan to play this game in about 6 years. No, that's how it works, honestly. If one day Snack stops showing up, I'm going to assume he's in jail for accidental manslaughter. What the Also, want to hear some hell? Sure. Oh, speaking of hearing hell, wouldn't be the first time. I have a story to tell after Snack tells his hell. It's a short story, but it's a story. I've been trying to plat Split Second. I've done the same track for a month. Ugh. Around and around and around for hours and hours, and I'm always 1 second away on this track. God damn. Was that it? Post my Jax cosplay to your Oh my god! I'm not showing that. Not showing that just in case there are people in the audience who haven't seen episode 9 yet. Hold on. I'm not showing the one that Sneck showed. Do you see the thing I posted under it? Yes. But I am gonna show something that Pada messaged me. Oh, hold on. It's this. VG Myths. Can you beat Mario Kart World without being gay? I beat it without being gay. Are you sure about that, Snack? You can never be too sure. My boyfriend watched me do it. God damn it. That Batman thumbing up gif is so funny. I think that was a joke. What? It's a valid question. Does it count if I beat it while bisexual? Well, I haven't beaten Mario Kart World. Just beating it 50%, not 100%. How dare you? Do let me know when you leave this so I don't have to. Kirby is so relaxing though. Oh my fucking god, I love Kirby. He's so fucking cute. Yeah, of course. Wait, what? Wait, what game were you playing? What Kirby game was your first? Which Kirby game? Yeah, which Kirby game? I want to know. I want to violently squish him. Leaves. God damn it. Oh, Epic Yarn. Okay, that's a good one to start with. It's easy as hell, but it's a good one to start with. Kirby games are usually kind of easy. I heard you can't die in it. No, you really can't. You really cannot die in it. So I instantly tried to make Kirby's. It's true. Oh, Yarn, I mean, I can't joke about the true arena and some of. Yeah, the true. Yeah. Yeah, it does. Kirby Epic Yarn does not have the true arena. Or the arena. I don't think it has sub games either. Anyway, Pada. Snack, let me know when you leave. The Scots are coming. Run. Let me know when you leave so we can continue with thine game. Pump the muscles. Pride muscles. Oh, I'm always watching. I'm always watching, Wazowski. Always watching. Ha 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 ha. Okay, bye. You will know when I'm gone when you can't hear the boss music anymore. Or the internal screams. Or see the life bar. I will continue if you don't leave. I will spoil you. Fades away, Batman. Thumbs up. Bye bye for real. Oh, spoiling me like a champ. What happened to the bye bye for real? I will press the say button. Bye bye. Gone. I want to be spoiled in a different way. We're not dating, Pada, so I don't think. I will spoil my friends in different ways, though. If I'm still employed by the time the holidays come around, I usually try to buy like a game on Steam for them. And since you're on my stream friends list, I can make this parasite. Don't you dare! I won't have to ban my mods. A noise that sounds like a gunshot could have been made with. Duh.
Take that!
Something like this. The culprit could have set off one of the fake. Set off one of these to fake a gunshot.
Good gracious! The very fireworks that are sold by the witness?
Since fan mail of a tracker. Buddy. Now, hold on a minute. Are you saying I did it? My pretty little firecrackers and then make a little pop anyway, see? Not 100 of them together. The Venus special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact. Aha! You trying to suggest that somebody set one of these off, those fireworks off at the scene? I'm suggesting that somebody in the defendant was in the room at 5 that day and sought to implicate them by creating a sound like a gunshot for these peddlers on Fresno Street to hear.
Objection.
But even the accused himself has testified he saw no one else at the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Barrick von Zieks. One whiff of a match and my firecracker goes pop. See? It's why people like him.
I fear for your fingers, young lady.
Objection.
Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learned a lot, of a very useful invention indeed. Something called a time bomb. When did we learn about time bombs? Oh, wait! Last case. Yes, the device allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like. Mr. Naruhodo, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident. No, wait. It's the whenever you like part that's important. A timed device. Yes, exactly, a timed device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. The device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left.
Your extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, counsel. What proof do you have to suggest in any way that the device was employed, that a time device was employed to create a gunshot sound?
That's a good question, Judge. This is the type of revolver that's standard issue of the members of the judiciary, then. Yes, and when I asked about the records are kept and who they're issued to, I was told for the past 5 years they've been engraved with a serial number. Oh, but as far as I can tell, there's nothing like that on this gun. It tells her that it must have been issued longer ago than that. Okay. Imagine an actual court lawyer just goes, wow, that's a good question, Judge. Okay, so it's not the gun, I don't think. Wait! They used the watch! So it would go off at 5! Oh, fuck! Right?
Take that!
You're suggesting that it could have been used as some sort of time delay device?
I did think so, my lord, but it's becoming increasingly clear that we've all been very misguided here.
Objection!
Yes, by you. What? Oh. Well, that gave... What? The music stopped? What kind of fucking... It would have made sense. Here, let's go to options. Records. Save, yes. Huh. Huh. Okay, let's inspect everything. Just to make sure. Oh. Ah, there's some black marks here, look. There's some black marks here, look. Yes, they look like some sort of scorch marks. So has a bullet struck the candle here, do you think? Only this candle has been cracked in half, it seems. Yes, I think you might be right. Firearms are really used by criminals in Japan. So I'm afraid it's not particularly knowledgeable. I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them. It could be that. It really could be. I don't need to inspect that, that's right. The only thing I can think of is the candelabrum. Because, looking at anything else, it doesn't really make sense. I did save, so here goes nothing. Looks like it is. As the court has already discussed, the top of the candles in this candelabrum have been blown off.
Indeed, because it was struck by the bullet, which presumably passed through the victim.
I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible. Why? Because of the scorching. There are gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle.
There are. Oh, goodness, yes. But is it not the case that there was also scorching on the victim around the bullet entry wound?
That's right. There was. But as we heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the target is at very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun. Which means that the scorching on the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot. You're suggesting it came from the fireworks.
How can that be? How can that be, eh?
The fact that there's such visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or to put it another way, the candle and the firecrackers were joined together. A culprit somehow attached the firecrackers at a point part way down the candle. Oh, fuck! After the killer had left the scene, the candle slowly burnt down along with the other two, until it eventually ignited the fuse in the firecrackers, generating a loud and that is how these three witnesses came to believe they heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock.
Well, what a plot. And this implies that the victim could have died earlier than we've been led to believe. The previous day, even.
Now, just hold your horses. All of us saw the victim going into the building, remember?
I couldn't forget the flame-colored.
Did he say victim? Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, the victim, okay.
This flame-colored hair even if I wanted to.
The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this. Obviously, anybody can wear a wig. So the person that you witness saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely, wearing the red hairpiece.
Someone else? Do you mean to say?
It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer. Oh, very impressive, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma? I'm really quite amazed you come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? I also noted a lack of time and depth in the report. Star Commission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired.
Order. Prosecutor Isugi. What on earth do you mean by that statement?
I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today. So we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. The defense's assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopwatch is just conjecture. But while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it.
Well, certainly, I would agree with you.
And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing and where did he go on the day before the incident? Do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. Movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard.
Even within the yard?
However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, I'd say it's fairly apparent what case the man was pursuing. Wouldn't you, my learned friend? Do you have a feeling about what case he might have been investigating? Yes, I agree. Surely. My lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death.
Very well, counsel. Present your argument to the court.
Oh, as I stretch. Oh, boy. What evidence is suggestive of the case being investigated prior to the incident? Is it the Red-Headed League? I believe it's the Red-Headed League. But before we find out, we're gonna go on a 10-minute break. Whew. Yeah. I'm gonna go on our usual 10, so I suggest you guys go get a snack, go get a drink, go to the bathroom. Stretch your legs, feed your animals if you have any, if you need to be fed, and also let them out. And as always, we'll have our good friend Sora running the stream while we are gone. So I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. We're back, and hello, Batata, if you are still here. Who has that smacking fucking Peach emote? Potato keeps playing. Alright, that is such a good emote, what the fuck? Anyway. Oh, there we go. That's right. You're gonna present this. I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. We might assume it was part of a disguise and used to carry an undercover investigation.
Surely not. Such brightly colored hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable.
Yes, that's quite true. It would definitely made him stand out in a crowd. Except that is in a crowd of gentlemen from the in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League.
The Red-Headed League? The Red-Headed League?
So, you'd already worked it out.
What on earth is this all about? Is such... Is there such a league, such an extraordinary league of gentlemen? Or, if you want to say it another way, League of Extraordinary Gentlemen?
The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for grand deception.
Deception of what nature, Council?
They've been targeting red-headed men across all of London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for a misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. My lord, the defense calls for these 2 men to be summoned at once.
2 redheads?
Inspector Gregson infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece. So it's very likely that he had direct contact with these criminals. And it's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events.
I concur that we cannot in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored.
Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. It's another possible line of inquiry for us, at least.
The prosecution will make immediate arrangements for these charged men to appear. Bring these 2 red-headed league conspirators before me, Prosecutor Asugi.
At once, my lord.
Very good. We'll have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned.
God damn it. Took my 10-minute break just before a to be continued. Son of a bitch. Give me a second now, I want to check something really quick. Okay. Cool. Alright, that's what I was thinking. Ooh, redheads! Yeah, these guys probably aren't the redheads you're thinking of. They're probably like really weird looking dudes. Because that's because of that is how The witnesses in these games work, as we've already seen countless times before. Oh, there you are, Odo. What kept you, my dear fellow? Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Gina. You sure about what? You sure about what you said in there? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before? It's pretty hard to swallow. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina. As was I. Probably more shocked than both of you. It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. But I was more shocked that all of you put together. But I was more shocked than all of you put together. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yes, it's strange that there's no time of death noted. I suppose there's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate omission. Oh dear, if it was deliberate. It puts me in the mind of the last case we worked on, and Dr. Scythe. I know. Anyway, it seems on the day before Lord Van Zeeks discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League. So perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it, you had trouble with these League men too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick. No. Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth-hound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. So you were taken in by their trick. Got it. And that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. Two criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? In Mr. Sholmes' suite, I mean. That's right, Seuss. And it was me what took him in. Thanks to a tip-off by a good law-abiding citizen. Indeed, yours truly. So it's going to be the pair. It's going to be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would Inspector Gregson have been investigating them? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuthhound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. Buddy, he makes more than that. Don't tar him with the same brush as you, Sholmes. Yes. Well, then there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zeeks for some reason. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zeeks, and Cosima. Feel as though he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. What's he really trying to achieve here today? I think he's really trying to achieve what he said beforehand. He had said that this justice system has a lot to be desired. There's a lot to be desired. So he's trying to point out the fallacies in it, so that everyone can get behind him and go, yeah, the justice system here sucks, and we need it reformed. That's just my take on it. It could be that, I'm completely and utterly wrong, but all the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. The recess will be over very shortly. Yes, you're right. Cosimo was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial. And he was determined that I should take the defense. What is it he's hoping to make me see, I wonder? Get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. Oh, good. Yay. Are you ready then, Mr. Sato? Yes.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed court hearing of Beric Van Cheeks, here present, who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Sergei,
My lord.
have you summoned the witnesses as requested?
Yes. 2 members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from a local prison by police carriage.
Very good. Bailiff, usher the 2 men into the courtroom.
Oh, yeah, these 2. One of them's a dude? These 2 men are currently being held by the police on the suspicion of attempted extortion. You may admit your occupations, but state your names now for the court. I am Dr. Fabien de Rousseau, a descendant of the great de Rousseau family from Nice. Oh fuck! It's a French accent. God damn it! Oh, oui, baguette. A descendant of the great de Rousseau family from Nice in France. And my name is Peppino de Rossi. I am the 3rd son of the great Familia de Rossi, and Italian. Okay. I am the 3rd son of the great Familia de Rossi, the landowners from Napoli. The 2 men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility. Those who graduate from Tensik are the future leaders of Europe. But do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with this noble blood? Alors, I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little grey cells of my brain. Wonderful. British court, 2 Japanese lawyers, French and Italian witnesses. That is all I'm trying to do. So that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out. Oui, you could say that. Not bad, eh? He was a grand ideal, but a pettier plans. The stranger combination is the charm of the hair. Yeah, I'm gonna head out. The strange combination is the charm of the hilarious brothers. See, capo? Listen to me, Peppino. I have 2 things to say to you. And shit, are you going to tell me about one of your grand anecdotes, Viva? Could be worse. Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this. I want you to stop calling me this couple. And secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business. Che bello! There it is, the couple's trump card, the furrowed brow. It is a deep couple, the furrow and the meaning of your words.
The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true?
Oui. I would not know how to say saison. Oh, I'd have to. Hold on, let me put my headphones on. For this. Sisa. Sisa? Okay. Sisa. I sense something maybe worse than Hilarious Brothers. Oh no. Raku Wand? Raku Wawa? Is that worse? Why is that worse? Raku Wawa? Why is that worse? Play on Rakunana? Rokunana? I have no idea what Rakunana is. Rokunana. I have no idea what I have no idea what that is. Look up what that is. Okay, fucking fine. Roku. Oh, I hate you so much! How dare you? How dare you 6-7 me? How dare you, Potter? You will pay. You will rue the day.
And what exactly was the nature of this deception with which you planned to defraud?
My lord, I will explain it. No, Capo, leave it to me. As you see, we both have a bit of red hair, no? Hey, I didn't. That is her actual name of them doing it together. They came up with Rokuwawa. Yes, but then you were like, look up what Rokonana means. Look up what Rokonana means. At the school, we are teased with this without a pity. The copper here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse, crying like the Trevi fountain. Well, those dogs, one day they will respect us Reddits. Every night he would bury his head in the pillow, weep for justice. C'est bien, que bien, Pepino. Enough. I will explain the rest. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we've listed the same notice in every paper in London. Yes, we saw the notice. It was this one, I believe, entitled to the Red-Headed League. Oui, c'est ça. I am honored that you have seen it. States that the only condition for joining the Red-Headed League is having flame-colored hair.
But if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4. On the date specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in droves at a park specified in the advertisement. And from each person present, the pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. And with the money to France, it was, with the money to France, it was a plan most elegant, no? No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick. The park was described by one witness as it's choked with red-headed folk, like a Coster's orange barrow. And the day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these two men spoke face to face with every single person present that day. I have seen more red-headed people in one day than I will see in the rest of my life. See, and now, every time I see the couple's hair, I feel sick to my stomach. Wow, okay. Anyway, why have we been summoned here today? Sorry? The day for our trial is not until tomorrow, I was told. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. What? Naturally? Buddy! Isn't that required by law? They've only been shown this photograph. Well, at the very least, so they kind of know what's happening.
Very good.
It is a... Oh, yeah, that's right. It's a closed court. That makes sense.
Mr. Derusso and Mr. DeRossi, you will now give your formal testimony for the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph.
Of course. We are always ready to help with the law. Also, I love that the one fucking Italian dude has an animation that is just him chowing down on spaghetti. Surprised this man is not fucking chowing down on a baguette. Or dressed like the Eiffel Tower somehow. We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assembled in the park on Lime Street that day. But I don't recall the man in this photograph. A couple? No, I don't remember him. Obviously, he is dead now, but I assure you he was not in the park. Yeah, the Italian has infinite spaghetti. Ace Attorney the world has no food shortage, it seems. In certain foods. Fish and chips. And spaghetti. We have not been shown any other infinite food that I remember. Allora, the victim is nothing to do with us. You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we were caught in the first place. You've given sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain? Hey, evidence spaghetti is good enough, I am. I'm not a big fan of spaghetti. I like spaghetti sauce. I don't like spaghetti, though. I plan to get my hair trimmed down at some point in the next couple of weeks. Trim down a little bit, not too much, just so it can grow a little bit more. And also maybe thin it out a little bit because it's thick as hell.
Oui, I am quite certain. We did not interview this man. No, but nobody looking like this came to the park. This I can promise. This music. Very jovial music for a courtroom. Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. And on a different note, completely different note, these strings are so long. And that's because I don't have to like tighten this against my breasts, because I don't really have breasts. So I'm very hopeful that I do, grow when I start taking HRT, decent sized breasts. A nice C, maybe a B, maybe a high B, decent size. With my luck, I'm either gonna have to get custom bras made, or I'm gonna have the flattest chest known to man. I hate using these inhalers. Vlad is justice. What? Hello? I hate using the Primatine inhalers. These are used when you don't have an inhaler, or these are used when we don't have our medical, albuterol inhalers. I don't know when those are coming in.
They can't come in fast enough. It must be noted that you have been arrested for grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances.
Do you want me to explain? Yes. What the fuck is that? Is this another Hololive thing? I think there's a couple of VTubers and or Hololive people that I know get joked about having very flat chests. My dress, I mean. Oof, with this attitude, we'll get to nowhere, huh? He's really a sulking now. The confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It is a Hololive thing, and one of the members from the group, Justice, is, well, flat, and so she has joked that everything she does is for justice, ergo, fans joked, flat is justice. God. I know Chibidoki at one point. It was either Chibidoki or Mouse. I don't remember. They one of the chat members was like, "I bet your nose touches the wall before your boobs do." And she's like, and they're like, "No." Watch, and then she did it, and she's like, "God damn it, my nose touched it before it boobs did." It records an entry from the inspector's private diary, dated the day before the incident. Why didn't we have this beforehand? Reads Lime Street, Redheaded League, undercover. Ah, I have the answer. It is my fork. Look. Maybe there was another similar event in the park. In the park on the day in the question, huh? That is ridiculous. There's no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League. Which means it's quite possible that when he was killed... Oh god. One time Chatter got a Hololive girl to admit they are smaller than they would actually admit, with asking if they can touch elbows. No, that's so funny. That's so funny. That's so good. He's like, "Hey, can you touch elbows?" And she's like, "Yeah, look." And they're like, "Gotcha."
Very well, very well. The defense may proceed with the cross-examination now.
Ah, yes, my lord. We had more than 1,000. Yeah, that's right.
Hold it!
1,000 people. That's a very big crowd. It was quite a spectacle. Redheads had come from all over the capital. See, the capo here, he has the magnetismo animale. Nobody else could attract so many people. If I could be born again, I would be the capo. Huh. All those people wanted the money, Peppino. The £4 per week.
Are you suggesting that you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants?
Oui, we did, because every one of them paid us 5 shillings. We take their names, and we take their money, and we take their addresses as well. Buddy, I think that part is very illegal. Then I tell them we take some days to let them know by a post. Finito, maybe 2 minutes a person. We start early in the morning and we stop late in the night. So, you earned 5,000 shillings in one day. That's a small fortune. Would have thought there were 1,000 such gullible redheads in London to start with. One of whom was a great detective with chemically altered hair. Uh-huh.
Hold it!
It doesn't look at all familiar? No, I don't think so. And this wig, eh? He was trying to trick us. I do not like the people who are trying to trick the other people. Anybody want to tell him? as the con artist. There we go. If between them they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair, it would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face. No, signore. I may be a small, but my memory is a very large. I never forget a thing. In my opinion, I don't think this man was in the park. But he's not going to go to definite, it seems. Hey, Capo, you didn't see a man like this, eh? I don't remember. According to what you said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day. Oui, that's true. My eyes were burning by the end. My eyes were burning by the end of the day. Surely then you can't actually remember every single face. How can you be so certain? That this particular man wasn't present. Normally the red hair is very distinctive, eh? But when you have 1,000 red-headed crowding around, then it is just an eyesore. But if there was someone with if there was someone with other information you could give some other information you could give us, maybe then we could recall. Maybe he died before he got to head out? That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, huh? So they conferred before the trial. So they do remember. If there was a man with a red hairpiece, but his mustache did not match the color, then I do not think I would have forgotten him. Cosmos said these two have been shown their photograph and they've been told nothing else at all. What if I told them just one other detail about him? For example... Oh wait, they take down his name. It's Fish and Chips. I can certainly appreciate that knowing the man had red hair won't help remembering this situation. But what if I told you that the man's name was Gregson? The man in the photograph is Monsieur Gregson? Yes. Names, they are boring. I do not listen to any of them. Wow. The faces I remember, but the names I do not. It was not a real interview, huh? It was just for a show. Why would I remember the names? That's right. This changes nothing. The man in the photograph was not there, and as we have already said. I see.
Seems a little bit gained from pursuing this point further.
Here's again what you said before, Peppino. Si, Capo, si. I say it again and again. Allora, the victim has nothing to do with us. Okay, we're gonna press this really quick again. We're gonna try a different... It's Fish and Chips. I can certainly appreciate. What if I told you that the man was always munching a packet of fish and chips? Do you remember who was eating incessantly? Not really. I was only looking at the heads of the applicants. I would have noticed the fish and chips any more. I wouldn't have noticed the fish and chips any more than the caviar and smoked salmon. Or a spaghetti. Me, I love spaghetti. I love the spaghetti. Really, I had no idea. Yes, let me get what you said before, Peppino. Think up, see. Alright,
The head does, as you say, the eating. We asked him. If you asked him what that mouth do, he would probably say eating. God damn it! Oops. Fuck.
Hold it!
Yeah. The thing. Yes, profession then, huh? Certainly, what if I told you the man in the red hairpiece was actually a detective? The man in the photograph a detective? Yes. It appears he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito. Sorry, but this changes nothing. Bullshit it, dude.
Excuse me.
Something to add, Mr. DeRossi? Okay? See, I am always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper. But what I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance? Eh? What did he just say? About the detective? Yes, that. Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You have said enough already. But why, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I am an inspector from a Scotland Yard. What?
Good Lord. Order!
Explain this Volt face?
In your testimony, witness.
It's simple. A man who was at the park said to us that he was an inspector. There was no such man. Madai, what are you saying, Capo? Have you forgotten, eh? I have forgotten nothing. Nobody like this came to the park. Basta, Capo, basta. You beat me at many things, but not the two. The memory and the meals. Like I said, when it is time to eat the pasta, no one is a faster. But you are inferior to me. In every other way. So shut up.
Objection.
Bam! Bam! Do we get a bam? Damn. Trop tard. The damage is done.
Indeed it is, sir.
There was a man who came to the park and said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else. How can you be so sure? Because to start with, his face is completely different. See, it's true. The man who came was a much younger. His face was a clean shaven. His eyes were sadder, his chin was a thinner.
No resemblance whatsoever, then.
Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you're really a detective, show us the proof. See, damn it. See, the capo here, it doesn't take no nonsense, eh? But he was well prepared. He said he had identification. Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification?
It is most unconvincing.
Sorry, my lord? Council, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It is quite out of the question.
Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity? Clearly the papers were fake. Certo, Capo, you're a genius. As we say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another, eh? And what happened after he announced that he was a detective? He became very annoying. He said you are under investigation. So I took his papers and I had him chased out of the park. It was a fantastico. And look, here is the identification. So you stole it from the man. He had it coming. It made us very scared. But he was not who he said he was.
Indeed, the person described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered as into evidence.
Humph, but I like them. Okay. And before we return to the witness's testimony, we're going to inspect these. But before we inspect these, we're going to go on a 10-minute break. Oh, shit, hold on. So I suggest you guys go get a snack, go get a drink, go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, feed your animals if you have any, if they need to be fed, and also let them out. And, as always, we'll have our good friend Sora running the stream while we are gone. So I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. Hello, we're back. I just saw on TikTok. I just saw something from the BBC, and it was a game, I guess. And the person, like, the game was like, the contestants would say a name of a song, and he would say "In My Pants" after the name of each song. And he could not show any sign of amusement. He broke it, Shaft. You know the theme song for Shaft?
He's a cool guy.
Shaft. Yeah. Well, I suppose we should see what Inspector's identification looks like inside. Oh. I thought there was going to be a picture. Neat! Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Out of interest, what is the name? What name is given? Maybe just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson. Huh? Wait, what? This Scotland Yard insignia looks genuine to me. But how? Department and identification numbers, the details are all correct as well. Since when have you known those? Do you mean to say... I know it seems incredible, but yes. I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. But that's unbelievable. This is the real thing after all. Okay. Would you like making him jump like that, though? We only have your word for that. See, but what else can we do, huh? True. Oof, we're not having a much of fun these days. So his ID got stolen? So who would use it? They said the man that went was younger. I know only one person who had a red I don't know only one person who had a red wig and no stash. There is no. He wasn't using a hairpiece though. He was he had chemically altered hair if we're thinking about Shones. He does not look 25. Fuck. So I guess they haven't introduced another character. Sad eyes. Thinner face. What else were the what else? What else was the descriptors? Can we find those? Hold on. face was clean shaven, eyes were sadder, his chin was thinner. Thin chin, sad eyes, clean shaven. Again, his chin wasn't thin, but it was thinner than Gregson's. He does have sad eyes. And he is clean shaven. So maybe this is where we finally fucking tie Daily Vigil into this. First we are arrested, and then we are shown the horrible picture of a dead man. And now you question every single word we say. We are the victims here. Eh, capo? No, you were caught carrying out a plot to swindle hundreds of innocent people. You had to bring that up, eh? It's not fair. Eh, capo? What do you mean by that? Cavolo, you promised not to say, eh, capo? After we had taken all the money that day, we should have left the country. That was my plan. I left the purchasing of the tickets for the ferry to Dunkirk to my companion, yeah. But he bought them for the wrong day. Oops. See, but an easy mistake to make, huh? The 1st or the 31st. Really? Both. I have no sympathy for you. We were an all day late for the boat because of your stupidity. And it's only because of this that so-called great red-headed detective caught us. Capo, you know what I think? This is the work of God. It's a holy punishment, eh? Peppino, for the last time, this is not only punishment. This is only your fault. Ah! Don't blame God for your unholy mistakes. You're making me sick with anger. Maybe I make a mistake, but when it is time to eat the pasta, no one is a faster. Okay. I've seen the evidence. You haven't told us much we don't already know. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, if it wasn't the inspector's to take away his pasta.
The bailiff, take away his pasta, then he'll talk.
You can take away my pasta, but I always have more. And he just pulls it out of his pocket. Pocket spaghetti. Seems likely that he must have gone to Lime Street that day. And yet these two both claim they didn't see him. I have to say, they don't appear to be telling lies. Well, they are experts in deception, don't forget. Sounding plausible is their specialty. They may be lying simply to avoid being implicated in this case as well. Pocket spaghetti on a pocket plate with a pocket fork. Well, he does just have a pocket fork. He just has that. Well, yes, you do have a point there. Seems to me like we need more information. Definitely. 1,000 people. I don't recall the man in this photograph. A capo. Okay. So then we present this, right?
Objection.
Nope.
Yeah, probably this one.
Objection.
There we go.
Objection.
As I suspected, the undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on the day in question, they forgot one L in enrollment, was the real Inspector Gregson carrying out an incognito investigation. Zut alors! Zut alors, I have missed them. Les poissons, hee hee hee, oh. Alright.
Order!
But if the boss had his identification stolen, he would have reported it straight away. I mean, he was always on me about it. If you lose something, report it at once, he'd say. Could it be then that the inspector was physically unable to report it? Maybe they stole it at the murder scene. Dun dun dun. Physically, what are you saying? Unable to. You're not suggesting. Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had a chance to report his identification stolen. No.
Order!
The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that? Oh, I know nothing. I don't know nothing. Pull yourself together, Papino. Mon Dieu, you can't behave like a little more like a master criminal than that, no? Well, now I wish I had returned to Italia. So stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise, Lame, stop your whining and start talking. Oh shit.
Well, I believe the court will need to hear your story in considerably greater detail.
I know nothing. I've done nothing. But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome.
You will dry your eyes and testify again about these identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them.
Good God, for crying out loud, yeah.
Legitimately.
What if the whole testimony is them crying? The truth is, we took him a prisoner and kept him for the night at our secret hideout.
Buddy, what?
What the fuck? Why? For what reason? Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go. That day, just in case. We took the man's identification from him and shut him in the room next to ours. There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm, and the next morning we let him go. He spent the night in a nice room. It is nothing like a prison, really.
This is outrageous. You imprisoned the man?
But no, no, it was not like a prison. He was very comfortable and calm and happy. Eh, Capo? It was never part of my plan, I swear it. Oof, so you think it was my fault, eh? Just because I got the date to the ferry wrong, by one little day. I do not think it was your fault, Peppino, I know it. No, por favor, Capo, it is not fair.
You shall have plenty of time for squabbling back at the prison, gentlemen.
Oof, I don't believe this. How could I have been a real detective?
Counsel for the defense proceed with the cross-examination.
On the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in this pair's hideout. I don't think it was Gregson. I think it was that Daily Vigil guy, but he stole Gregson's identification somehow. Ruth is kept him for several nights in a secret hideout.
Hold it!
Do you realize what you're saying? You have to believe me, I never intended for that to happen. And I'm sure the detective did not intend it either. So that means Daly may have been roughed up a bit. Maybe. Yeah. Do you think? But there was nothing else I could do. See, nothing else. This was the first crime for the capo. He was at the end of his wits. I have told you before, Peppino, that is not the way to describe a criminal mastermind. What about this hideout of yours? An old empty house behind the park on Lime Street. We rented the place for 2 days. It was an inspired idea by the capo here.
An impulsive idea, I would say.
No, not impulsive. Inspired. Eh, capo? What am I supposed to say to that? Peppino? And it was in the house described that you confined Inspector Gregson, was it? Ugh, But you have to remember, I was under the impression that he was a pretender, not a real inspector. That doesn't quite add up, though. If you didn't think the man was a real inspector, there would be no reason for him to take him prisoner, would there? No, you are right, but we couldn't be completely certain.
Hold it!
Too scared? Why? Because we had to come to the. Why had he come to the park? We don't know. There was a chance that he had seen through my plan. And if that was the case, he would go straight to the police station to blow the whistle on us. Even if he was just feigning to be an inspector, he was up to no good, huh? Without a doubt. I think most people would agree that it is you two who are up to no good. Well, see, you may be right. Hey, Capo? The point is, we were not able to escape from England immediately. That is why we had no choice but to take the man prisoner. What I don't understand is why the inspector felt the need to show you his identification in the first place. See, I ask myself the same question. We were writing down the names and addresses of all the people we took 5 shillings from that day. I have forgotten what the name is, but the address, it stuck to me. CC, address Scotland Yard Homicide Division. Yeah, that wasn't Gregson. That was not Gregson. What? He probably didn't like your face, Peppino. Anyway, I was not rude. I just politely asked him why he said it. He had said it. And that's when he started to say he was an inspector. Not long afterwards, he took out his identification. What was Inspector Gregson playing at? Tell the court what happened next. You'll come back to your hideouts, you say. See, we did. That being this identification book here, correct? See, that is the one.
What made you believe that it was a forgery?
I've never seen a real one, of course. But he was so suspicious, this man. Allora, I was thinking it might be a false. Eh, capo? Oui, it's just as Peppino said. We were not convinced it was not genuine. And so together, the hilarious brothers, we took as a man captive. All we did was shove him inside the locked room. Then we made just preparations to transport all of the money. In for a penny, in for a pound. What do you mean by a little tussle exactly? But it was nothing, just a minor incident. The falso inspector is a real piece of work, eh, capo? What happened? Oof, it was a disaster. We gave him a nicer room. And what does he do, huh? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through the ventilator. Can you blame him? We chased him, bien sûr, and we caught him again, Can you blame us? Yes, I can definitely blame you. You were keeping what you thought was a police inspector in custody for no reason other than that they caught you. Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you? Who do you think we are? Of course not. I simply caught hold of him again and took him back to the room. excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Always. Excuse me in this game is just it tickles me. Mr. DeRossi, something wrong? Me? Something Mr. De Rousseau just said seemed to make you, it seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was that all about? Capolo, at times like this, you don't want to have the capo after you, believe me. And I speak from a personal experience. Personal experience? That is enough, Peppino. There isn't no need to say more. That's the truth is, the night before we put the Red-Headed League plan into action, I was scared. It was not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away. It's a shame you didn't manage it. But the capo here, he came after me like a turbine, huh? He dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. I still have bruises to approve it, eh, capo?
Bruises, you say?
Ah, you want to see, huh? Want to see my fantastical bruises? That's enough now, Peppino. Oh. No one wants to see any part, to look at any part of you. What to do, huh? I assure you, or I don't. I assure you, or I don't. You do now. Allora, if everybody wants to see it, then I do it. Ecco, you see? He's still a very visible, eh? I don't see any bruises. Also, what are you humming at, Potter? Hmm? Are you having an idea? That red ring around your neck? A red ring? Got that when you were dragged back to the house? Oh! I thought that was a shadow. Also, how did he use both hands? Because you have a thick neck and he has smaller hands. See, the capo, sometimes he is a very laugh, and I said that's enough. Peppino's neck is nothing to do with what we are talking about. Yeah, you have my word. Let's say he was bruised at all. Wonder what part of him. I have idea. So we haven't seen Daly yet. We were trying. So what was happening before this stuff with Gregson is we were trying to look for him. But we hadn't found any trace of him yet. Maybe. Yeah, but I have an idea. Okay. What is the idea, if I may ask? Pray tell.
Yes. What is your opinion, Council?
About this red ring around Mr. De Rossi's neck. I wonder, does it matter? Yeah, of course it's important. Mr. De Rossi, I'm going to have to ask you. You amend your testimony with details about that marker on your neck. Hey, Capo, you see? Everyone is a little interested in what I say, huh? Ugh.
Very well, you will amend your testimony as requested, Mr. De Rossi.
I see. If you really want to know... What he look like again? Let's see. How do I get to? Hold on. Give me a second. Whoops.
Hold it!
This guy, Daily Vigil. Are you saying the red mark was caused by... See, a bigger collar made from a leather. Collar? Noticing he has weird hair. Fuck you mean by weird hair? Hold on. These two are very different looking though. A leather collar? Is this true, Mr. Diraso? What? We had this at home when I was younger. It is a souvenir from the time with a very strong chain. A strong chain. And you put that around your friend's neck? I'm sorry, I was so angry that he was leaving me alone. You do not have to tie the chain around the leg of the bed, though. I would not have tried to run again. You didn't do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you? Treated the people equal. Is the capo here's the motto, eh? Kinky. Yeah. Starting to sound a lot more like a prison all of a sudden. The capo is a tough, but the capo is a rough. That's the same. Okay. I shouldn't have done it. So the following morning when you released the inspector, he had the red ring around his neck, just like me. Peppino, s'il vous plaît, leave it now. Now you know, the couple here, you don't want to entangle with him. When the inspector is not so bad.
Hold it!
I didn't mean to press. Didn't mean to press. Hold on, sorry, give me a second. Best promotion on Streambo.org, oh my goodness. Gigantic. Hooting. Six. Oh, you know what to do. Or I can get him. Okay, give me a second. Begone, bot! see. Okay. Nothing around his neck. Maybe it was probably before, though. Looked away for a second. Oh my god. No marks around his neck, though. It must be the photograph of the victim that you present then, huh?
Objection!
Yep, there we go. So the day before the body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito. No, it wasn't. It was not like that. It was hardly a prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was only. However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains.
What inconsistency is this, Counsel?
I would ask the court to look closely at the photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. You will see that there is no red ring visible around his neck. But that makes no sense. It was me who took the collar off the man in the morning. And I saw the red bruises around his neck, just like I have. Given that the mark is still clearly visible on this witness's neck, we'd expect to see bruising on the victim, who was put in a collar more recently than Mr. DeRossi.
Indeed. This is most peculiar.
But what do we tell you, huh? We say this from the beginning, many times. Peppino is right. The man's photograph is somewhat different to the man we held captive as at night. No, we didn't take a pony. We didn't hold an inspector hostage. We held a completely different man hostage. Who we thought was an inspector. It would appear then that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all.
Objection!
If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself. But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification?
Does the defense have some plausible explanation, counsel?
The whole thing defies explanation. It is for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruto. Because those facts are and those are facts, and facts cannot lie. No, the facts can't lie. Even when they point to something so incredible, it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park with red-headed Leeds enrollment was revealed by information in the court record, I believe.
Good gracious!
Very interesting, Mr. Naruto. So why don't you help us all see whatever the truth is you have apparently seen? Who exactly was this inspector that appeared before Mr. De Rossi, Mr. De Rousseau and Mr. De Rossi? An imposter, baby. Baby girl. Though it seems incredible, I admit, the undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who these two red-headed men took prisoner that day could not have been the Inspector Gregson. There was an imposter among them.
Among us.
Ding 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 ding. That's my emergency meeting sound effect impression. Did you like it?
Among us. Fungus among us.
In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time. On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck. So the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was the man in the park on Lime Street, found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification? See, that's right. We tell the same story every time. Whoever this man was, the couple dragged him from a pillar to a post. From a pillar to a post with a dog collar. Mon Dieu, Peppino! It is not as harsh as you say, huh? So who is the false inspector, eh? Who was he? Clearly defense has an idea about that. But the true identity of the man that is two imprisoned at night.
I must ask the counsel for the defense to elaborate post-haste. Who did the witnesses encounter in the park posing as Inspector Gregson?
It was Susato. Daily visual, baby.
Take that!
Surely no secret. This is the identity of the imposter. Oh, really? On what grounds? Well, I said it was no secret, but that part is. God damn it! No! God! Jesus, I'll use my imagination, thanks. Bruising around the neck. Is there anyone in the court record that has a bruise around their neck? Hi, Gossip. How did Gossip get it? What the fuck? Yeah, look at his neck.
Take that!
Goodness me, isn't...
Dang, I'll BRB. All right.
Isn't that...
One of the witnesses who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today. A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passers-by.
Objection!
What on earth would a street seller be doing with a police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is this a man or not? What has happened to his lip? See, this is a man not for the red-headed league, eh? He is looking for the twisted lip league, no? Perhaps rather than asking such rash claims next time, you should bite your lip instead. It seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noted something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising. What? The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back into the stand. Stand on a little box. Uh-oh, my neck. Give me a second. Crack my neck. Oh, buddy. Ow. Ow.
Immediately.
Well, it's a little different.
Undeniable red ring of bruising indeed. And identical to the witness beside him.
No, it's a little different.
You know what's going on here, eh? I always heard it's me. Not birthmark. It's a birthmark, isn't it?
A birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you.
I'm coming about Inspector again. I'm telling you got it all wrong as usual.
You're denying all knowledge of it?
Well, of course I am. Are you trying to kill me for this nonsense, eh?
Well, at least you have more stories to peddle back on your Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again. Standing between the men that kidnapped him. Allegedly. And you, Mr. De Russo and De Rossi. I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? Do we have any choice? Do we have any choice? We are in a big trouble, eh, Capo? Inspector and their identification revisited. The man who claimed to be an inspector that day was definitely not this man. He's right, see? You would you think we would forget these grand lips, huh?
I never leave Fresno Street, alright? No interest in any red-headed league. I'm all around the world, mate. I ain't a keen perk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like this? Just look at me, eh? You look like I'll carry off for disguise with a face like this. It would certainly appear we have the wrong man.
What have I been telling you all? There was no need for this pointless testimony. Ugh.
That's right. So I'm just a simple peddler, remember? First in the street all I know. How would I come via a police inspector's identification book, eh?
Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but...
A brief cross-examination, I think, Counsel. Very brief.
Isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something? I stand steadfastly at your side as always, Mr. Naruhodo. Oops.
Hold it!
So you say, but how can you be quite so certain? There is no need to hurt your hands on the desk, monsieur. Surely the reason is obvious, no? Because I have never seen lips like this. Nevertheless, the clear red mark around Mr. Gossip's neck, and it looks very much like the left behind on the neck of your colleague by your prized collar. Mon Dieu, with your words, it is like you're trying to wring my neck. It does look very much like my neck, though, eh?
No, it's your birthmark, lad. Biggest lips in London and a neck to die for. They broke them out when they made me.
It was the first time in my life. I feel lucky to have been born with red hair. I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London. Do you maintain that you've never seen this man before? Oui, c'est so. Oui, c'est so. Sweated by the flames of my hair. So fierce pride has outgrown frustration with your hair now, has it?
Hold it!
No, lad. I was born right here on Prisoner Street, and I never left.
Oof, that is a problem, you see?
Now, how many times do I have to say it, eh?
Hold it!
So you'd heard of the Redhead League, had you?
You don't get a name like gossip for nothing, eh? My business knows going off in town. Told this tasty tidbit to a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got sandwich to cop up for it.
Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows? Who knows?
But as you can see, my own head's got not a hint of red in it. In any case, Prisoner Street's my patch. You don't catch me siding us to some other part of town.
Is that so?
No, sir, not likely.
I see.
Excuse me.
Mr. DeRusso. Oh, oui? Can I help you? Did Mr. Gossip's words just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park. A small house or something. To be the headquarters of your red-headed league, yes? I visited an housing agent on Lime Street, and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent.
What?
Mr. Gossip with a housing agent? He had some kind of contract in his hand, and they were clearly discussing terms.
But no, you're mistaken, son. I've never left Fresno Street, me, like I said before. You mistaken me for someone else. Someone with the same face.
Yeah, some with the same face. No, the capo is right. I remember it too. He was paying the man with the banknotes. With notes?
No, I'm a homeless bum. Totally. Like I said, that wasn't me.
I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I looked at the name on the papers. And what name was written, Mr. Gossip? No, this man, he lies. He tells you that he has a name. But in fact, his name is Hugh Boone. Hugh Boone? I feel like we've seen that name before. Huh? It is better than Mr. Gossip, I think, is he?
No! I paid her 2 bits of information like I said on Fresno Street, and that's that. I don't much like fake talking about my personal life. Indeed. It is not the intention of this court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Very well. I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned names will be redacted from the court records of this trial, assuming no objection.
Objection.
I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case. Wait, wasn't that the name that was renting the apartment? Hugh Boone? So that apartment that Gregson was found in, wasn't it rented by Hugh Boone? I think I sort of remember that.
Good gracious, do you similarly object, Prosecutor Asagi?
As it happens, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings.
Well, I never... In what capacity?
Hugh Boone. That name. Of the leaseholder of the room. Knew it. Knew it. Knew it. Knew it. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. But remembered something. I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Victory! Pog! Poggers. Poggers! I will never not find Chuck E. Cheese, but a Chuck E. Cheese puppet turning to the camera, looking directly in it, and then saying, Poggers! Podgers. Podgers.
Well, alright. Suppose that might be the case, eh?
So your real name is Hugh Boone?
Well, just between us, I don't like to blow you on the trumpet. There's no foreign peddler tributes in this town.
Wasn't poggers the like only word said during the stream? Not just during that stream, baby. Any stream of his ever. He streamed multiple times. It was pre-recorded footage of fucking of Fall Guys, and he was like turned to the screen and it looked like he was playing it, right? And he never once said anything except for poggers. There were multiple streams. Yes, there were. At least I think there were. I'm pretty sure. Hold on. Did the bot still exist? Hold on. Give me a second. I have to check now. I was more along the lines. When did I go muted? So there are streams. He has streams on YouTube that are completely different from what I was thinking of. But Tony the Tiger wasn't he didn't have to stop streaming. It was more that the Twitter account had to be deleted. Because the furries were all like, "Oh, frost my flakes, daddy," stuff like that. Just like because it was Tony the fucking Tiger.
So I happened to afford a little grubby little room to find your backstreet townhouse. You do? And once every 6 months, I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. Oh, I remember now. There were two vulgar redheads in there last time.
Hello, Patata. I think the furries would like him to be Tony the fucking Tiger. You okay, Raj? Yes, I am fine. Having a stroke? No, I am doing that for a voice. If you see this man's lip,
He has to do I actually like this kind of sound like him.
so I'm not having a stroke. Hard to do with my lips, though. Just take a toll on the jaw. If either of us is vulgar, it's not me. Think again, Peppino. Why didn't you bring this up before?
It's like I told you already.
I would hope Padre not stream without having a stroke. Well,
I don't like talking about my personal life. My tidbit pet as far as this is concerned. No fuss. You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone. If I must.
so the leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered. It's been here under our noses for this long. Hugh Boone is from the home story, The Man with the Twisted Lip. That is so funny that they based that character off of him. That is so good. What the fuck? Also, hi Aster, dude. How you doing? Ooh. God, I hate the fucking animation. I remember this fellow was found. It's true. For what difference it makes. Let's see. What difference does it make according to the court record? Let's see. Notice board. Wait. If this was his apartment, then why did he have this notice board? Wait a minute, is this all just tidbits of information he keeps? There was a framed photograph of Mrs. Vigil in there too. Huh. Okay, so he rents out that apartment, and there were things in there that should not have belonged to him, such as a framed photograph of Mrs. Vigil. And I think just the notice board.
Hold it!
So, you live in that room, presumably, do you?
No, I don't live in there. What do you think? No bed, is there? Just a desk.
Then why do you rent it? What? Then why would you rent it?
Well, I don't think I should have to say, really.
What do you mean? Yes, you do. Why would you rent a room and not live in it, buddy? And how about the notice board in there? Okay, so Cosima brings it up. It's covered top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have access to.
No, that was not mine. The inspector must have brought it along.
Huh.
The only other bits and bobs that belong to me. The desk and the chair and that.
The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there in your room? Why was he there in general?
Well, obviously, I've not the faintest idea. It's causing me no end of bother, to be honest.
seems to me Mr. Boone would rather as little is known about his room as possible for some reason. It doesn't come across that way. And more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. Finally going to undo this, man. So... no kinfolk or nothing. Well, then just really quick, I do have... oh, oops, not what I meant. You mean you have no family?
No, not at all. Spend my days on Friendly Street, paddling bits of passers-by. Has been just between us, this is that eventually someone with a little rock mom will come along.
I don't think so.
You may be right.
Anyway, that mark on your neck is just too much of a coincidence for us to ignore.
Well, what's I set out to do then? You don't believe me, we're at an impasse. No I can do no I can do but flick me lip.
Stop doing that. Can you not do that? It's like I'm not getting anywhere here, unless I can do some proof.
Basically saying all that dressed up and posing some fancy inspector, aren't you? Especially on me, how you'd think I could do that.
Alright, you got no kinfolk? Explain the photo in your fucking bedroom, idiot.
Objection!
You have no kinfolk, as you put it. Explain why is this is among your sparse furnishings. We found this photograph in the room. I presume, as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not?
Well...
Mr. Boone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are.
I don't know what to mean. I'm a peddler, I keep telling you so. You don't need to bother with me, but please, just leave it alone.
As the man says, leave it alone. Though the truth about this man's life, it has no bearing on the case. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson.
Objection!
How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features.
Objection!
But what if we were to look at this the other way around? What do you mean?
Yes, Counsel, what do you mean?
Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise, and hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face. Is it a fake lip? Would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone?
Good witness, are you still hiding the truth from this court?
He just rips his lip off. If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be. Yes, that's right. The only one person he could be. Inspector Gregson. He's not dead. Defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to this court.
No, please. No.
Very well then. Sorry.
Very well then, Counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name of Gossip on the street?
Daily Vigil, baby, I think.
Take that!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil.
Yeah. I don't recall that name, Counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil?
It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact. This is Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night you were being held captive by the two red-headed League men. And last night you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial. As we've been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we need to know where we could find you, of course. That explains why you've not only been able to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence.
Now, just hold on a minute. I heard the first order you.
What I'm talking about?
Really?
It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise.
No, please.
Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a wash bowl at once.
Mr. Derusso, Mr. Rossi, you will restrain the witness.
Oui, my lord. Oui, my lord. Oui, my lord. Si, my lord. Si, my lord.
What? No! Stop! Get off! Don't! Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume.
Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face.
It would appear the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. It has all been a very, very elaborate deception. So, witnesses, tell the court, have you seen this man before?
I don't believe it, but... See? There is no question. What kind of court asks witnesses to restrain a witness that is messed up? This is the inspector I saw in the park.
Extraordinary.
On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, a man coming to be Inspector Gregson who appeared before Mr. De Rousseau and De Rossi in the park was you disguised as the inspector, or rather, was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all? Mr. Vigil was formerly employed in as the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The chief warder? No career had promise. Why would you would quite have possibly become the future governor of the prison? What on earth have you been doing paddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street?
Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years. I'm really dreadfully sorry about all this. Yes, it's true. I am Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago. 10 years ago, huh? So when did Mr. Hugh Boone come from? Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented.
Well, evidently there's a great deal under the surface here.
I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. Oh. We'll explore this backstory next time, We're over time by a few, so we should probably get going anyway. So let's go ahead to the options and save. And of course, say my ending spiel, of course. Thank y'all for coming out, watching the stream. I always enjoy, I enjoy playing this game because it's buck wild in a lot of areas. So I enjoy streaming it for you. Oh, and the more we stream it, the closer we come to finally finishing it. Because holy shit, this has been a long endeavor. The next time you guys are gonna see me, of course, is tomorrow for some big man climbing, as I've been saying, for some Shadow of the Colossus. Let me go ahead. Find the whole schedule here. Here we go. So, yeah, the next time you guys are gonna see me is... Oh, wait, this is the wrong schedule. Or maybe it's not. Huh? Wait. Oh. Oh! Yeah, that's right. So yeah, you're gonna next time you're gonna see me use tomorrow for some beat complete. Hold on, beat complete. Shadow of the Colossus, that's the name of the game. And then after that, this upcoming week, as I have said before, is gonna be wonky as hell. So what's gonna happen is Wednesday from 6:30 to 10:30, we're going to be doing Beat Complete of course Shadow of the Colossus. And then Thursday from 3 to 7, we're gonna be playing Rhythm Heaven Groove because it's finally releasing. Oh my god! And then Friday the 3rd is going to be from 6:30 to 10:30. More Great Ace Attorney 2, because Pada and I again have a agreement that that I will be grinding for money and weapons and all that other stuff, so that I can and off stream, so that we can just get to ending D and I don't have to do that all that shit on stream. And then after that, on Sunday, we'll have a normal day that we usually stream with a normal thing, which is Be Complete. So, until I see you guys on tomorrow, though, hope the grind is going okay. I need to really grind a lot more. And that might be a little bit of a problem just because I bought so many games and I want to play them all. But I'll try and do some grinding. Maybe, you know what? Maybe later tonight after the stream. Probably sometime later. Maybe right after stream. I don't know. But until I see you guys tomorrow, though, for some big man climbing. I hope you're all having a wonderful night/day wherever the hell you live, and bye.
We are so glad you came. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye now. Bye. Bye-bye. Remember, please discard all candy wrappers and popcorn containers in the nearest trash receptacle.